If you watch our.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
Michael, hey, Michael, is Rosemary going to go? Michael.
Well, can we just
Rosemary
put
going to
that
get on the
next
planning commission?
week?
For the high school, so
All right.
getting there. And then we have a
Not too muddy?
BYSA. What's that?
Not too muddy?
No, well, I mean, they're doing indoor stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So right now, they're gonna hit the weight room 3 times a week.
Teddy, you stop the sharing, right?
No, you can. Just down at the bottom, same place where you hit screen share, you should be able to just stop screen share.
Oh, wait, it went up the top. Okay. Sorry.
Yep.
No, we've got it here. If somebody asks.
Stop the sharing. I appreciate it. Oh,
Hi, Sam.
I Sorry. go ahead.
How are you?
I was thinking it might be helpful to do a screen share on the schedule, when we're talking about the schedule, if people want to talk about individual dates. Is it possible to pull up like that
Yeah.
packet, and do a screen share on that, on the TV or?
Pull up the city packet. Yes, that I can do easily. If it's anything, so,
Other than that,
yeah, that's actually a good point of technicality, for the new mayor. Yeah, anything that needs to be screen shared from this laptop.
Yeah.
I need on a flash drive,
okay,
beforehand, so I can just easily add, or they have to be downloaded onto the laptop, whichever
okay.
one's
It's
easier.
not an internet.
Just so,
thing.
because I can't go on and log into SharePoint or log into a certain email address without potentially messing up all the automatic Zoom
Okay.
function. And if I mess them up, I don't know how to
Right.
fix them. I'm sure Rick could figure it out, but I'd rather not
You
ask him.
could log in from your computer
Yes, I could also.
and then share and
yes,
then.
then I'll
Bounce it off a satellite and then,
So, yeah, short answer is yes, if it's the packet, it's easy. If it's anything that's not in the packet, it would just need to be a little.
I'll get the coat hanger.
Yes.
Attach it to the-
I miss the days when all you needed was a gavel and a cop.
You see, when we started doing this, I was like, I'll start out like working the tag. I'm comfortable with Zoom. I know how to do it, but I don't want to do it forever. And it is March 22nd, 2022. But no, I don't.
Hey, we are working on
Probably
hiring
have
an IT
to set up a
position,
little
so.
command module
Fingers
right there.
crossed.
This is going to be permanent.
And with the way security is
Long-term, we'll have
nowadays.
I won't be here eventually.
No. I haven't seen or heard of her. in-
Yeah, she's been.
Yeah, right.
She moved up into
Official
the
city
boonies.
volunteer, yeah.
Is the chat function still on the Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. all right.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I do not, just as another point of order, unless it's a tech question
Sorry.
or a question communicated because someone can't get their tech to work. I don't. If I go through the rest of that.
Here.
All right. Yeah.
Mel's like, am I on time?
6:59.
Perfect, perfect.
Not late for
Come on in.
Thank you.
Certainly.
the water is fine.
Hey, Michael.
Only 57 pages.
I know.
I'm
Tiny
not
little
accepted. I
packet.
don't feel like I have enough information.
It's so nice to have a smaller packet.
Half as
Well,
much.
cocktail hours are at 6 p.m. So shaking that stir.
I have the best staff. 'cause they print everything and put it
I
in
don't drink,
your
so.
story every week. Yeah, I liked her so much. I'm I'm sorry? Karen does, yeah.
It gets printed.
She's
Shaking that stir cocktails.
leaves me sticky notes everywhere.
Has she started texting you again
My
during the
experience of
meetings?
drinking involves just
Tell her what I
bottles.
said.
And
hi.
she's watching, I guarantee you. It's like,
The age.
why?
All right, well, it is 7 PM and I'll call this meeting of the Berry City Council to order on March 22nd, 2022 at 7 PM. The councilors present tonight include Councilor Deering, Councilor Sean Bell, Councilor Booton, Councilor Lozon, Councilor Stockwell, and Councilor Wazazak. Also in attendance are City Manager McKenzie and Clerk Dawes. We're all attending in person. Tonight's agenda is available online, and also there are copies in the back of the room if you would like a copy of the agenda. Tonight's meeting is being recorded and subject to Vermont's open meeting law and the council's rules of procedure, which are available online. I'd like to offer a warm welcome to guests and members of the public joining us tonight. To those joining us online, the chat function should only be used for technical issues or difficulties. And please raise your hand if you would like to be recognized. There's a raise hand function online. I just will note also that we offer online access as a convenience and will continue the meeting if any technical issues do occur. I'll call on speakers in order, allowing people who haven't spoken to speak first. And if you have any questions about the process or procedure, please do ask. That takes us to item 2 on the agenda, adjustments to the agenda. Manager McKenzie, do you have any other additions or deletions to the agenda?
Well, I have 3 adjustments. The first is to take the cow pasture grant acceptance off of the consent agenda. We don't have the agreement yet, so we're not in a position, the council isn't in a position to accept it. The ARPA public outreach item, item 9D, based on our coordination meeting on Wednesday, we agreed to defer that for a week based on our discussions about the concepts. And then the item 9F, the update on the status of the bond projects, I asked to defer that for a week because both Dawn and Bill were absent on Friday when I thought I could put it together, and I saw some items that I questioned, so we're going to get together later this week. So I'll slide that for you.
All right, those are taken off. Members of council, do you have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, but just a follow-up question to the manager's adjustment. Is the ARPA stuff just delayed 1 week?
Hopefully,
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, thank you.
Any other questions,
Should we-
additions, or deletions?
Should we just bump up the task force? Since they're the ones that are here? Just a thought.
Well, we've got visitors and communications first.
Right,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you would like
Oh, I'm
that to
sorry,
be,
it's an adjustment, I'm sorry.
correct.
so you're proposing that item 9B made come before 9A?
Yep.
Okay, that's me. All right,
So moved.
thank you, Council Wozniak. So there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Well,
You don't need a motion to do it,
Oh,
but
okay,
that's
never
okay.
mind. Withdrawn. No, withdrawn.
all right,
I thought we were approving that.
okay.
But thank you for asking.
So the next item of business is visitors and communication. Members of public can speak to items on the agenda when we take up that business. But are there any items, is there any matter not on the agenda that a member of the public would like to speak to here tonight? Yeah, please come forward. If you could, yeah, and if you could state your name for the record.
Steve Whitaker. I'm a Montpelier resident. I want to raise a couple of things briefly. As you know, and maybe to some of your chagrin, Berry City and Montpelier are members of CVPSA. That charter has the force and effect of law until it's changed. And that charter requires that on the resignation of a city appointed member, that one be appointed within 45 days. And that has not occurred. Your representative, Paul Sharon, resigned on December 20th, which would have required that appointment to have been made by February 3rd. And here we are, March 22nd. It's a very critical time for that organization, being that the amount of money that's available right now and the amount of planning, in order to not lose the value of the hundreds of thousands of work that's been done using both Berry City voters and Montpelier's voters, we need to act on that. I would even suggest an interim appointment until if you have to recruit a longer process. But the April meeting is the election of officers, and it's essential that we have a proper amount of votes on that at that time. Secondly, public records request. And I'm not casting aspersions here. I have a lot of admiration for your city manager, hardworking. And overworked probably in this transition. But I was assured that I would have the Homeland Security grant application for the Berry City made to the Department of Public Safety by Friday the 11th. And that I would have the Motorola proposal that I requested unredacted, and I made an appeal to the head of the agency for that by March 18th. I got neither. And now I discovered today's agenda that you went ahead and approved that Homeland Security grant application. The purpose of public records law is to get more knowledgeable eyes on these things so that they can advise and raise flags if necessary. That's one of the purposes of it. And that one was defeated here just through lapse of time. And so I still have, with regard to the Motorola proposal, I did get a response after Steve kicked it over to Chief Brent. But Chief Brent can't respond legally to an appeal to the head of the agency. There's a 10-day, there's a 5-day clock on that response that has to, somebody, one of you at least should be very clear and familiar with public records and open meeting law. But that 5-day clock was totally ignored here, as it frequently happens in Montpelier too. So I'm not, but the issue there is whether they redact their pricing. If they redact the part numbers of what they're selling and they redact their pricing, that's not transparency. You're proposing to spend public money, and these corporate vendors will exercise and try to persuade, try to make public officials their agent for secrecy. And that's wholly inappropriate. There was a case that I brought of Vermont information technology leaders over the medical records for Vermont. And Judge Teachout in Superior Court told the Vital Vermont information technology leaders that who she had already ruled is the functional equivalent of a state agency and subject to.
Mr.
public-
Whitaker, if I could jump in, you've been speaking for 3 minutes, and I understand the
I'll just-
concern that you're raising is that you've made 2 public
So-
records requests and
so
that they
I'll-
haven't.
I'll close with how do you deal with that issue of, typically the way to deal with it is to put the onus on the vendor and say, we've got a 10-day clock running. The document is on our position. We're going to release it in 10 days unless you go get an injunction to prevent its release. That's the way to handle. You cannot be in the business of trying to keep, a vendor's secrets when this is clearly public money and public equipment accountable. I guess I'll stop there.
Well, thank you for your comment, Mr. McKenzie. Do you have any?
Yeah, if regarding the response from Chief Brent, Chief Brent responded on my behalf. If you're hanging on the technicality that the answer didn't come from me as the head of the agency, I'm going to copy his email and I'll forward it to you. And that's the answer from the head of the agency. As far as the Motorola request, I've gotten a previous ruling from the city attorney that that's proprietary information and it can be redacted. And I told Mr. Whitaker I'd revisit that with the city attorney. Frankly, as I told you, I ended up taking the weekend off and I didn't get it done. So I made you, I've never made you a promise that wasn't in good faith, but
I didn't mean to suggest otherwise.
no, but just so much time in the day.
But I think it's up for y'all to discuss possibly at a future meeting, how these claims of proprietary, because any vendor will try to keep its prices secret. But if you're spending public money, you don't have the right to keep those secret. We need to know what equipment it is they're proposing to buy. So I gave you a strategy of who to put the onus on to
The other
protect
reality
us.
is we're not proposing to buy anything off of that proposal.
It's still a public record acquired.
Well,
in the
yeah,
course
public
of
records
agency
request, you
business.
made the request, I gave you a response, you don't like it.
It wasn't in compliance with law either.
Well, I
because
will forward the email from Doug Brent. If that will make.
No, it also
the letter
has
of the
to,
law, I'll forward the email from Doug Brent.
the response
simple.
legally has to also present the appeal route to Superior Court, et cetera. It's not rocket science.
Thank you for your comments.
No. Mr. Mayor, when is the meeting in April?
He's talking about the
Mr. Whitaker
CVPSA, the CVP.
referenced, yeah.
I don't know.
When is the meeting in April? Do you know when that meeting is?
No, not off the top.
Steve, do you know?
16 or something like that. 14.
14th? Okay, so we
Should be
can,
a
we can get
Thursday,
that
right?
vacancy advertised, but
Pardon?
obviously we can't.
Well,
promise- we
thing
can't
the council
promise
can
to
do,
fill it,
the other
obviously.
thing the And that's part of the problem. I was trying to incorporate it in some other appointment requests we've got coming up and so on, try to be somewhat efficient. Sometimes that doesn't work out the way I intend, but the council could appoint a counselor to be a member of that. Body. And
No way.
And the fact of the matter is, the last 2 appointments that have been made have been because of recruitments by me. There's frankly not a lot of interest.
Well, let's consider putting that on a future agenda item. It sounds like there may be provisions in that municipal charter that that affect the appointment process that would be different than our own appointment policies. And so maybe we can figure out the details for
Yeah,
that and think about that for the March 29th.
I don't believe their charter would supersede our policies, I believe. Just, I think, I don't know. I'm looking towards Carol for.
It probably would.
Yeah.
Yes. It is posted on our volunteer page under the list of open volunteer positions.
Thanks for that reminder.
So it has been, ma'am,
Yes,
and
Well,
no one has responded.
I don't know. The responses come through the manager's office.
So I think we should talk about this on March 29th as an agenda item and try to avoid the crosstalk
Yep,
back and
yep.
forth between people. So the next item on the agenda is
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, we
Yep.
have Ellen Kay had her hand raised on Zoom.
Ellen Kay.
Oh, hi, it's Ellen Kay, East Street, Barry. And I just thought I would mention that I've been engaged in speaking with GMT this week, and Representatives Waltz and Anthony have been very helpful about this. GMT has buses. It used to have a bus from Barry to Burlington. That was short-lived, unfortunately, and wonderful, but is no more at this point. It has the 86th link that goes from Montpelier to Burlington. I ride that almost every day and depend on it for getting to my job, as do many other people. They're cutting trips. They did it very suddenly. It took effect about a week ago, where they're cutting express buses from Montpelier. They're cutting whole trips out. Like, so the one I take, there's usually one after, no more, so that I personally know people who have children they need to get to school and could only take that bus after. So our representatives have been really helpful, as has been Senator Perchlik. They're going to be speaking directly with the officials, bringing them to the State House, or maybe it's virtual, but having a meeting with them on Friday. But it just occurs to me to mention it here, to put it before the council as something to be aware about. Barry is a wonderful place to live, and affordable, and a place where people can own homes and at least have a chance to. And if we have a bus that people can take to get to a major employment center, and convenient buses, at least in Montpelier, it helps our city. And so, we're working on GMT, we're working on UVM, which used to subsidize all of its staff's bus rides. It was free if you had a UVM ID card. So I just want this, I want to think about this. It's certainly an equity issue for people who don't have cars. It's also an environmental issue. Keeps a lot of cars off the road and makes people be able to have employment in other places that aren't so small. So I just wanted to let people know about that. If you're concerned, you can write to GMT. But if the council wants to think about this in some future way, that would be great. So thanks to our reps and senator for this.
Thank you, Ellen. I know Central Vermont has one appointee on the Green Mountain Transit Board. It's Bonnie Waninger, and the voters approve money for Green Mountain Transit each year to support their operations. So there are a couple avenues to reach out to. Are there any other items for visitors and communication? Or any other? Does anyone want to speak to an item not on the agenda? Seeing and hearing none. That takes us to our consent agenda, which groups routine informational and non-controversial items. Tonight's agenda includes the minutes of March 15th, 2022, approval of the warrants from the week of Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022, the clerk's licenses and permits, resignations from me to the council liaison, as council liaison to the manager search task force, the transportation advisory committee, and the animal control committee. And we've removed the cow pasture grant acceptance item. Clerk Treasurer Dawes, are there any licenses or permits for consideration
No.
tonight?
Nope.
Okay. So none there. Are there any items that council would like removed from the consent agenda and put on new business? If there is no objection, the consent agenda will be adopted.
Motion to approve.
Hearing and seeing no objection, I'll just, the consent agenda is adopted by general and unanimous consent of council. I'm trying to move this along at the suggestion of Councilor Wazazak to do more general consent adoption, but if you prefer making motions, that's fine too. So.
Mr. Mayor, tonight is not that critical, but at certain times there's approval of agreements or something like that. And sometimes the funding agencies want to see the minutes of the council meeting where something was approved.
Okay.
And I would suggest as a general practice, I appreciate your efforts to move things along, but I think as a fail-safe, as a general practice, I would stay with the process of voting the consent agenda. 90% of the time, it's not an issue, but I'd hate to think we forgot it one time.
Got it. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I already made one.
I'll second that one.
So there's a motion by Counselor Buden, second by Counselor Wazazak to approve the consent agenda. As adjusted, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hyman's aye as well. All those opposed say no. The motion carries. So that takes us to the clerk treasurer report. Clerk Dawes.
Just a not quite final reminder that water and sewer bills are out and due by the end of the month, on the 31st of March. So that means I'll remind one more time next week. So you can make payment online through the link on our website. There is a service charge if you do that, or you can stop by the office. You can put them in the mail, you can put them in the Dropbox. Just letting you know that the water and sewer bills are due. The other thing we are working at the moment on two programs that are offering assistance to residents. One is oh goodness, I'm not going to even bother trying to say the acronym, but it is an assistance program associated with water and sewer bills that's being administered through Economic Services, the state of Vermont. So we're working with them, and we're also working on the Vermont Homeowners Assistance Program, which is offering assistance with property taxes and mortgages and utility bills. That's being administered through Vermont Homeowners Finance Agency. To date, we've received a little over $10,000 for the VHAP program for delinquent taxes. And we're continuing to work on that program. We're continuing to offer both. We've got notifications that go out with delinquent bills once a quarter with information on how to access those programs. And our delinquent collections clerk works very closely with people to get them hooked up with people who can help them get applied and get approved. We are finding that the VHAP program still has hiccups with regards to administration, but we're getting worked through them. So both of them offer great support through various pots of COVID relief money, ARPA money that the state has. So if you are someone who has experienced some economic hardships due to COVID, and you are experiencing delinquencies for water, sewer, other utilities, the electricity, I know they do some cell phone bills, property taxes, mortgage payments, reach out to us and we can put you in touch with the right agency. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for members of the public? Hearing and seeing none, are there questions from council for Clerk Dawes?
Just to thank you, Shirley went ahead and ordered the dog tags when we got the dog licensed, and they arrived in the mailbox not even 3-4 days later. So thank you for the dog tags.
Yep.
Any other questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, that takes us to our next item of business, which is the Liquor Control Board. Clerk Treasurer Dawes, are there any liquor control items not included in the pack tonight?
Nothing yet, hoping to bring stuff next week. I've been working with Chief Vale on the police department approvals. He has a different process that he's like to put in place for the police department approval. So we've been working on that. So I've got a whole slew of applications that he has done his approvals. The fire department is working through their inspections, and I hope to bring forward the first batch next week. So we have received the renewal applications from all but 5 of the 38 license holders that we have here in the city. So we're in good shape
Great. Well, we look forward
with a month to go.
We look forward to receiving those. So the next item on the agenda is item 7, the city manager's report. City Manager McKenzie.
Yep, I have nothing to add to my written report, which was in the packet.
Okay. Are there any questions from the public for the city manager? Hearing and seeing none, are there any questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, that takes us to the first item of business, city manager task force update. And if I could invite the chair and vice chair and Rick Taft to come up, that'd be helpful. I'll just start by saying, and before handing it over to the chair and vice chair, I'd like to note that the job of a task force is to assist council with an important project. And when we began this work as a task force, we certainly knew this was going to take a lot of time, dedication and commitment to doing what's right for the city of Barry. And I want to thank the committee for really the hours they've put into meetings, but more importantly, the many hours that have happened outside of the meeting where we've been writing, editing, and researching to keep this project on track and on time. And although you see 3 members of the team here tonight, there are 3 others, and they're the kind of people who are just willing to step up and navigate past every obstacle thrown its way, even when the going gets tough. So I just want to start with a sincere thanks to the chair, to the vice chair, and to Rick, and to all members of the committee. So, Chair Guston.
Thank you very much. And I want to add, as the new chair of the task force, I want to add my thanks to members of the committee as well. It's been a genuine pleasure working alongside them for the last several months. So my first topic is as an introduction. I am the new chair of the task force, and Michael is the new vice chair of the task force as of last Thursday's meeting, March 17th. Tracy Lewis is staying on as secretary of the task force. And since the change in leadership of last Thursday, I've had the opportunity to speak individually to every member of the task force and just check in with how everyone feels about the process and see just when I chair something, I like people to know they can come to me with anything they need or anything they want to say. So just making that very clear. And I was pleased to hear from every member of the task force that they feel very good about where we are in the process, where we've been in the process, and where we are going in the process. So it was good to have those conversations with everyone and get the thumbs up from everyone. So what I want to do tonight is I'll just outline things very briefly. I'd like to just, because I know we have a new council composition, just recap a little bit of where we have been, the steps we've accomplished so far as part of this task force, where we sort of are in this moment in the timeline for this task force, and where we envision going next. We have a fairly short period of time left to us to close out our work, and luckily we have a good plan and schedule for that. I do have a few items for council consideration after that, just a few questions that have arisen over the course of our work that we'd like to get the council to weigh in on. And then I know that later on the council's agenda, the question, the composition of the task force is a separate agenda item. And we can get to that when it's on the agenda. I don't mind being interrupted, so please wave me down if you have something that you'd like to follow up on or ask about as I go through what we're presenting tonight. So as Mayor Hemrick said, the task force was assembled to aid in the search for a new city manager for the city of Barry. We assembled with the idea that the city would hire a consultant to do that work, and we circulated an RFP for a consultant. We received a couple of sort of bites on that RFP, but most all of them were letting us know that the RFP put in place using the funds that were authorized was too low. And Rick Taft very helpfully did a little bit of a surveying, and we discovered in that process that the city of Brattleboro had recently paid between $40,000 and $50,000 for a similar search, actually, frankly, a slightly smaller search, and that other cities were paying more than that. With that information in hand, the task force in communication with the council made the decision to move forward and conduct a search through members of the task force. I think we're very fortunate in that several members of the task force have, well, all of the members of the task force have really extensive search experience, and several members of the task force have academic search experience, which is like a whole nother thing, is quite a bit longer and even more complicated. So we had good people who were willing to step up and do the work. So that's what we continued to do. The council may remember, some councilors for the previous council may remember that on February 15th, the council approved a job description and a city profile that we have since used to circulate and post and receive applications from those seeking this position. Since that time, Rick Taft has done heroes work in posting that job description in a wide variety of places, everything as sort of large and all encompassing and broad as something like an Indeed.com, which is a truly a little bit of everything website, also down to specialized websites that look specifically at municipal employees and municipal leadership. We've also done individual outreach to graduate programs in public administration, and just yesterday, last Thursday, the task force authorized me as chair to reach out to the Diversity and Equity Committee of the City of Barrie, and I was able to do that and had a conversation with the chair, who's going to forward on us a list of places to additionally post that job description, to work as hard as we can, get a diverse pool of candidates together. The job has been posted. We also, commensurate at the same time as that, circulated a survey for comment from city elected officials, city staff, and members of city committees. And I think all of the task force felt very enthusiastic about the feedback we got back from that survey. That was enormously helpful in our thinking about the challenges that lay ahead of the city of Barrie. We asked questions like, so what opportunities do you see? What are the best qualities of leadership that you've ever seen in a boss that you've had? What interview questions would you ask of a new city manager? What do you think, what skills do you think it's important for a new city manager to possess? So we got, I think it ended up being 16 pages worth of very small type of feedback from everyone, which was phenomenal. And extremely helpful from every level of cities, brand new city committee members, longtime chairs, brand new city staff members, longtime staff members, and on. And I was pleased shortly after the town meeting day election to forward that survey on to our new councilors as well, which I hope you received by email. So we circulated that survey and have received initial results back. At our next meeting, it's our intention to also do a public survey by taking some of the results of that survey, condensing it into something of a multiple choice, sort of faster. This one was a very open, please take all the time you want to write us essays, and some people did, which is awesome, which is great. But what we're sending out to the public next will be much shorter, specific, pick from a list kind of feedback. So that's on our agenda for our next meeting on April 7th to discuss. So where we are right now is we are doing an ongoing process of conducting informational interviews with recently hired city managers from across the state of Vermont. Again, Rick was phenomenal in identifying recently hired city managers for us from across the state of Vermont, and we are scheduling those and discussing with them, what would you have liked to know while you were being hired? What do you think it's important to know? They're all from inside Vermont. Some of them are longtime serving city managers from inside Vermont, so they're able to specifically say, one of the pieces of feedback I think was gratifying for us to receive was, you need to let people know what a cool opportunity this is, what a really cool job this is going to be for someone, and what a great city Barrie is and how much opportunity there is in it. So that felt really good to get that feedback. And she also gave us tons of other really useful feedback. It wasn't just an ego stroking for the city of Barrie. So we're continuing those informational interviews. And we've also, in the sort of waning weeks of the task force, developed a fairly detailed schedule of work to make absolutely sure that we accomplish the remaining work in the remaining time we have left. So very briefly, what we did to establish that schedule of work was, we know Manager Mackenzie's last day, sadly, is July 8th. And we know that he doesn't look terribly sad.
Not so sad.
No, sadly for us, is July 8th. So we know that he had asked for a few weeks of overlap. So we worked just step by step back from that, a week here, how long in a reasonable hiring environment would this take, how long to expect someone to move, to back up to where we were at the beginning of March, which is when we started circulating this job description, so that we can make sure we hit all of our goalposts along the way and make sure that we were all in communication, that we were in sort of public knowledge about what work was left to do in the time we had available to us. So here's what I'll say, that that schedule does include actions that are the province of council. It was not our intention to take those actions necessarily, simply to plan time for them. And say in a process, we know these steps will need to be taken. So we want to leave time for them to be taken so that we know when our things need to happen. And I will address a few things in that section momentarily. So that puts us to this moment, the evening of March 22nd, which is on our schedule. As of next week, it is our intention to pull and start reviewing all of the job applications. This is the scope of work the committee has planned out. Begin reviewing job applications, make selections of a quantity of them to do first round interviews, the kind of pure, does it pass the smell test, to be a little crude, kind of interviews. Manager McKenzie and I had the opportunity to meet this afternoon. We both agreed we've been in searches where someone looked fantastic on paper and we sit down with them and we go, you know what? It's not the right fit. And you can sometimes tell that. So it was the task force's intention to conduct first round interviews so that we can have a really good list of finalists to pass along to council. And our plan is to get together on Saturday, April 30th with the task force, just spend some real quality time with each other and make the final selections of a quantity of candidates, which we understand in our charge right now is 2 to 4 candidates to forward on to council to have in hand for you. It's our plan to write up a fairly lengthy, informative, hopefully helpful report based on our understandings from the interview, based on what we have done through this process so far, for you all to look over with those candidates to forward on to you sort of by the end of that day of work, April 30th. So that was quite a lot of talking, and that brings us up to where we are in this moment. Before I sort of continue to a couple of sort of questions, matters for council consideration after that date, do you have any questions for me or anything you'd like me to myself or
Any question from Counselor Lozon?
Yeah, just so April 30th, for lack of a better word, is handoff day.
Yes, that's what we've got in our schedule right now. That's our day to meet and just hash through everything we've looked at so far, our notes from the interviews. And by the end of that day, it is our plan to have a packet to forward on to council. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none?
Great, thank you. So now we get to just a few things for council consideration. Obviously, the first one is the committee composition, but that is later on the agenda, so I will set that aside for now. One of them is that part of our original writ was to make those decisions on that date of April 30th, according to criteria set by council. So what I am coming forward to ask is, we have previously submitted a job description, a fairly lengthy job description to council that includes a long list of requirements for candidates. And also we did a page-long identification of sort of topics and themes to look at closely during our interview process that will serve as additional criteria that I know I forward on to Mayor Hemrick, and he can share with all of you. It's about a page, and I'm happy to share pieces from it tonight as well. They include things like skills in personnel management, skills in strategic planning, skills in communication, direct experience with infrastructure projects, how they approach community relations, money and fiscal management and responsibility, experience with collective bargaining agreements and union relations, if they have any knowledge specific to Barry's challenges and opportunities, both historic and current, and other sort of soft skills that are on this list. What are their negotiation skills? How do they approach negotiation? How do they approach prioritization? What is their approach to leadership, and what leadership experience and skills do they have, both governmental and business potentially? How do they approach working with teams? How do they delegate? Questions like that. What is their decision-making process when they approach a large project? So all of those criteria together, it is our hope as a task force that we treat this, as well as the job description, as our sort of our backboard for how we select those candidates to forward on to council. So I just wanted to air that before council and see what you thought of that, using those two documents together to make those first first pass finalist decisions.
Thank you for that excellent summary. Are there any additional, Counselor Wasazak?
Yeah, I just, to directly answer your question, and I don't want to speak for the rest of the council, but personally, I feel that I reviewed everything I need to review when we looked over and voted on the city profile and the job description, and I trust the committee to look at those two documents and look at the resumes and figure out who to move forward with first round interviews. So,
Good question.
Counselor Deering?
Certainly.
So in some hirings, we've been accustomed to having some matrices performed. Is that something that the task force is looking to do with the candidates?
It is.
It is. This is Rick's time to shine.
need a matrix? Oh,
I can share this
Rick has a
with you.
matrix.
Okay.
It basically breaks out each candidate. One of the things I typically do is I redact the name. I talk loud, so it's probably okay. I redact the names on the candidates or anything that would identify gender, race, anything like that when I give them off to have somebody review them. The reason I do that is I don't want any prejudice coming in. Look
Certainly.
at the qualifications, the skills. If that's a good fit, that's a good fit.
Yep.
Doesn't matter any of the other stuff. So what I do is I take this, each candidate, it's candidate 1, 2, 3, and I just put that number at the top. Go through and rank each one. Some of the stuff I have on there is what's their degree, what's the field of the degree in, is it government experience versus private sector experience? And then all the other things that Amanda was talking about will get added to this list. Hopefully come up with a matrix with a number and a score for each candidate. Then they can take it, look at those and go, okay, we're going to review the top 10.
Yep.
And then see if we agree with this matrix. And if not, then they can make adjustments. It's their task force. So that's what this is all about.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Counselor Stockwell?
And is it a weighted list? Are some skills and experiences going to be weighted higher than other things, or is the list just flat?
It's pretty flat. I typically try to keep it as a black and white, or, you can really weight something heavily if I feel it's important, but it's not up to me. It's up to the task force to put weight based on what their job description and what their tasks are and what they're looking for. I'm just going to be giving them the basics, like 8 years experience in upper leadership, yes or no, because that was one of the criteria. And then I also have a level of how many years of upper leadership. So it might be 16. So they're just going to have flat information from me. And then when they review it, they can look at the details and try to come up with, if they feel like this person should be weighted more because they're government experience, or if they should be weighted more because they're private sector experience. That's up to the task force to make that determination.
Thank you.
I would typically do it, but this is not my process. This is the task force and the council. So
Any other questions from council or members of the public?
So
Counselor Lozon?
thank you. So I just want to be clear on the process. So you will, because I visited with you, so thank you for that, for letting me play catch up a little bit. But so I understood the 30th. And I had talked to the task force about my preference that 5 finalists be submitted to the council. But I'm not aware that, Mayor, you and I have had a conversation about that, but I'm not aware what the expectations of the council are in terms of, the number of finalists. I think one of my other preferences was that the finalists not be ranked when they're, obviously you'll rank them, but when they're presented to the council, it's just, 5 finalists that are presented and not ranked in any way, so as not to bias, the council in our deliberations. Other than that, I think I'm covering everything that I had expected. I think Councilor Booton, you had a question.
Yeah.
Nobody spoke.
So I would actually like to see all the candidates. That's me personally as well. I mean, obviously you guys are going to do your interviewing on the candidates and provide those 5, but it would be nice to be able to see all the applicants. And I like the idea of 5. I'd actually go 5 to 6, somewhere around there. And when reviewing the candidates, one of the things that, like, I look at National Life's requirements, and 4 years of bachelor's degree. And anybody that's worked there for 40 years didn't have that. So I'm assuming that when you're looking at the matrix that you're going to put together, you will take into account. Okay, and I just want to make sure that somebody, because I mean, we've had a city manager here that I think owned like a video store before. I mean, years ago. I can't remember the name of the guy for the life of me, but it's just, we don't want to miss any opportunities such as that.
No, I absolutely agree. I personally, just a personal, and obviously the task force would deliberate, but I feel strongly that equivalent experience, especially in a long time, someone who's had a long, successful, proven experience career in government. The education 40 years ago is considerably less important than what they've accomplished recently.
Councilor was it?
Yeah, so I would say I have no problem with seeing 5 candidates from the task force. I think 6 is just like, 6 is a weird number.
That's fine.
I think we should do 5. And this is more, I guess, a response to Counselor Booton. I like Counselor Lauzon's idea of getting 5 applicants unranked, saying, basically these are the cream of the crop, for lack of a better term. And I understand what you're saying, Counselor Booton, about wanting to like see all the applications, but that's what the task force is there for, is to help us whittle that down. So I personally would not vote for any candidate that was not one of the top 5 recommended by the task force, just because I think that if we open it up to talking about every applicant, in my view, that negates a lot of the work and very long hours of study that the task force has done into going through the interview process, et cetera. Like, I mean, public record, like, be my guest and look through all the applications. And that's just my
I
personal
can't
wishes.
though. You can't do a public records on that.
Oh, it's not a public record.
No.
You apply to a public job.
No.
I would've
No,
thought it
not
was.
that.
I would've
No.
thought it was. Well, anyway, but still, point being is I would not consider any candidate who didn't make it to the top 5 of the task force.
Ellen K.
I thought you were going to deliberate a little more. I'm speaking up because I've been serving at UVM libraries on the what they call the Inclusive Excellence Committee, which is one of our main things that we've been working on is best practices for hiring about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So Amanda, I just want us to reach out to you and say that we have some tools, and I'm sorry if I've missed this, if you said it, but we have some tools for people on hiring committees. We're just starting to develop them to check their own reactions and biases. Often you're on a hiring committee and you just get this gut feeling like, I like this person, but it's really great for people on the hiring committees to sort of check that out and interrogate where that's coming from. Could be because that person looks like me, or doesn't look like me, or looks like my aunt that I love, or looks like someone I hate, and we operate on this level and we don't know it. And so we've begun to develop a little checklist. So I'm happy to share any of those kinds of tools with you if you don't already have them. And forgive me if you already said that you did, because I missed some of what you said.
Thank you. I'm okay to just respond. Do you need to? Sure. Okay, thank you. Ellen, thank you very much. That was not something I'd addressed previously, that explicitly. I'd be very happy if you could send anything on to me. I'd be happy to share that with the task force. It's my hope. I made this decision after business hours, but I'm going to contact Jody tomorrow to put my email address up on the city website. So for that matter, anyone who would like to share, please contact me about the task force. So Ellen, you can find my email on the city website hopefully shortly and send it to me there. Thank you.
I have a question about just future coordination with council as the next month rolls out and the handoff occurs. Would members of the task force be willing to come to any council meeting in the next month just to continue the open coordination and or attend an executive session as needed?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can speak for myself, and I know other members of the task force have expressed their willingness to do that as well. Yes.
Councilor Booton?
Just out of curiosity, how many applicants have we received so far?
I have the late afternoon update. Is there an evening update? There's not an evening update. The late afternoon update is 22,
Nice.
24.
So there is.
It
an
was not
evening.
late enough afternoon, apparently.
Congratulations.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah, I don't,
Early afternoon
I
update.
don't want to review 24 applications. So for clarity, that's a little more than what I was
For clarity,
thinking.
be my guest, counselor.
No, I'm all good with 20, but like, ones that are actually, it would be nice to be able to see. I mean, I don't want to see somebody that's just getting out of college and, took a degree in basket weaving or something, and they're like, oh, I'm going to go for a city manager. But
Well, unless Councilor Lozon.
Okay, getting closer now with most of this stuff. I wouldn't have an objection if Councilor Booton would like to see, all of the resumes in the interest of being thorough. I've had no issue with the council receiving them, but like, Councilor Wazazak, I'd be a little remiss to disrespect the work of the committee. You have put a lot of work into it, which segues nicely into my next point, which is, I've had these conversations with the mayor. After spending some time with your committee, I think if we were to appoint another member of the council besides the mayor, they'd turn into a boat anchor. They'd feel really badly, really quickly, because this committee has got a lot of miles. They've gone down the road a ways.
Well, I'm gonna pause you there because you're jumping the agenda. That will be a little bit later.
Okay, then, like I said, I'd have no issue with receiving, I understand that you want to be thorough, and I don't blame you for that. And the only other thing that I'd suggest, I know we all love meetings so much, but I for one would really I'd like, if you finish up your report on Saturday, I'm happy to review it on Sunday, because the weather isn't really that good right now, and it's not going to be for a while. So I'd be happy to review it Sunday, and then I'd like to meet with the committee, not a council meeting, a dedicated meeting, to just sit with the committee, and after we've had a chance to read the report and make sure we didn't have any questions, going forward.
Well, that may be a very good segue to talking about the next item on the agenda, which is our meeting schedule. But is there any scheduling logistics you'd like to talk about, Chair Guston?
Thank you. If I may, two things very briefly. In response to the number of candidates forwarded on to council, we will forward on however many finalist candidates council approves. If I may ask for some leeway from the task force, if we feel like we have 4 rock star candidates and a 5th we're putting them on to make 5. I would hope to ask for the council's leeway and understanding to maybe go down to 4 if we feel that. I think with 2024 applicants will be a comfortable 5, but I just would like to ask for a tiny amount of flexibility on the task force's part if the number does end up being 5.
Yeah, and conversely, if you had 6 and you were struggling between number
Sure.
5 and number 6, by all means, bring it. So, I for one will certainly be flexible.
Great. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that we aren't sticking to a number to the detriment of the candidate pool for any reason. Great. Thank you. Great. Okay. So one other item for council, which is that our task force schedule and our schedule of work going forward, because we started at the end and moved backwards. And because we've been hearing some really, really useful feedback from some of our informational interviews, the next steps, we have sort of envisioned the next steps there, obviously up to council. But what we have envisioned for next steps includes in-person interviews with council for a handful of finalists, 2 or 3 finalists. And at the suggestion of one of our informational interviews, and with the experience of the task force members, we thought a really good interview process, in-person interview process, would also include a day-long community day for any candidates, during which they could tour the city if they had never been to Barrie. I know Rick had said we have a number of promising candidates from out of state, so that they could tour the city, so that they could meet with city staff, so that they could meet with community members, one of their candidates suggested she was able to have lunch with the business community and get to know people and really get a good, clear sense of the community in which they were potentially being hired. I think that we've all been worried. I think we're less worried now that we're in a good place. It's such a tough hiring environment that we are also selling Barry to the candidates. And so we had envisioned these day-long community days to take place later in the process for the in-person interviews. However, as Councilor Lozano has suggested, that is after the remit of the task force, those would take place at some point in May. So we're asking council, the task force is willing to do the logistical planning for those days in full communication with council. But since that is outside of our current scope of work and current remit, we did want to ask council if they were comfortable with that.
Yeah, Vice Chair Sutton.
I think that the original vision of having a consultant, that kind of work would normally follow the purview of a consultant to set up, here's the schedule, and here's what we're going to do. So like part of what we're saying is we're willing to take that on. We obviously will want to do what the council wants that to look like and to include the council in whatever ways. But we're willing to do that. It needs to be done. So that's the question.
And Rick, you're willing to support that work?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, you know, I've been incredibly impressed by how much work the task force has already done, saving the city tens of thousands of dollars in potential consultant fees, stepping up to fill that gap and just keeping at it. So thank you so much for that. It sounds like, just to break down the day again, when you would do a handoff. So candidates would come for a day-long visit following city council interviews and selection. So we'd be really at the very finalists that we're thinking about. There would be visits with department heads, probably through a rotation, visits with certain community leaders, business, social sector leaders. And then there would be, at the end of the day, a presentation component to council.
Yeah, potentially that could also be part of the day. One of our informational interviews said that as part of her final thing, she was given 3 topics. I think one of them was like find additional revenue streams. One of them was plot out this huge infrastructure project. And they were asked to give community presentations on those via Zoom so that everyone could get a sense of presentation style, thinking style, sort of in process. And we thought that would be an excellent one as well. I think there are a lot of different things that day could include. I think they could be 2 different days for 2 different candidates. They could be within the same week. I think there's a lot of logistics and things. What we're saying as a task force is we would obviously stay in constant communication with council about what council envisions those days to be, and we would do the grunt work. You know, we would do the lining people up and the planning and everything like that.
Councilor Booton?
How many did we, I'm looking towards you, Steve, because I'm assuming you were here when John Craig was put on, right?
Yeah, you know what? I would actually turn to former Mayor Lozon.
Well, okay.
How many?
Other end of the process.
We had
many in
3 that
total?
came up,
I think we had 3.
that came up.
We had 3 finalists that we did exactly that. We brought them into town. Mr. Craig's favorite was the brew pub. I recall that fondly. But yeah, and actually, Mr. Craig's exit interview, when we talked to him, he's told the council, in summary, 2 things. The first was, it's an impossible job. And the second, well, 3 things actually, how much he enjoyed his time here and how much he appreciated the opportunity to come and get to know Barry before he decided to move his family here. And that's a discussion that the mayor and I have had is, you know, they're interviewing us too, because people who are the type of person we want to hire who performs at that level, they can go anywhere.
They've got options.
So we want them to come here.
And one of the things a visiting city manager said to the task force was that type of exercise is a really good way to just gauge the stamina of candidates to bear through a long day of meetings and a potential presentation at the end. So, because it is a tough job, as Mr. McKenzie knows. So this is listed as an update, no action.
For just one last thing, Mayor, you know, I, for one, am going to respect your work. You don't build a team, you don't build trust by letting people restore the car and make it perfect, and all of a sudden you jump in the driver's seat and wreck it. And that's not what we're going to do. I mean, even though you're as far as I'm concerned, even though you're handing this off on the 30th, you know, you're going to be our partners in this thing right up until, you know, we make that final decision.
Thank you.
So thanks for your work. You've done a great job.
Thank you. We have put continuing meetings of the task force as part of the schedule if needed. And would obviously, as we already previously stated, I'm happy to come to any, Michael's happy to come to anything, and other members of the task force have expressed that as well. And I confess that when we were writing the job description, reviewing everything, I think task force members expressed some similar sentiment of the impossible job sentiment, and also felt very strongly that we could get a real rock star in and do that job. So.
Any counselors that haven't spoken? Counselor Stockwell?
Just wanted to say thank you. Thanks to the committee for all the work. When I saw the timeline, I thought, can we really do this by July? Will we get this all done? Is this possible? And it just seems very impressive, the work you've done and the commitment. And I really appreciate the work, the thought that everyone has brought to this. And then we got 24 candidates in this time, an impossible job in an impossible time. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Deering or Shambell, do you have anything else that you want to add?
Only echoing that sounds like you have done extraordinary work as a group to make this come together and to attract that many candidates. So wonderful, and thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just send my appreciation as well. I know that the city profile and the job descriptions you guys have put together back in February was amazing. It was really informational and really kept a good beat on what Barry's about. So thank you guys for the work that you guys are putting in for us as well as for the residents.
Thank you. It's been our pleasure, truly.
Well, before last word from Manager McKenzie, it looks like you were raising your hand. I know we've committed a lot of meeting time to this one agenda item, but this is a very, very important project and certainly worth the time. Did you have
Yeah,
anything else?
my only comment is that to the extent that the council has been complimentary of the task force, I assume that also extends to Rick, because I think Rick is
Oh my gosh,
the
yes,
backbone
absolutely.
of the task force. And it's a significant level of effort for him. And I know he has no issues with that, but I think he's put a lot of effort in it as well.
I know that Rick keeps saying that this is our task force and our process, but we could not have done it without him. We greatly, we consider him, although not ex officio, a member of the task force. So,
Honorarium.
yes. Oh, that sounds more, but yes.
Well, if you can stick around, I think we'll pivot to our 2022-2023 meeting schedule. And I'm bringing this item for council's consideration tonight. Councilor Wazazak, if you're able to do a screen share of the schedule, I think that might be helpful. The purpose of this proposal is really to help city councilors, staff, and interested members of the public plan for the year's meetings, anticipate and avoid scheduling conflicts, provide a framework to build out agendas, including annually recurring events, avoid volunteer burnout, and allow us time for non-meeting duties like attending forums or serving as a liaison to other committees, which many of us do. And really just to provide a transparent platform for councilors to view upcoming items and propose items for consideration. So Steve and I have discussed this, and he suggested that it might be best not to cluster hearings, forums, workshops, and presentations as I initially proposed on Wednesday in the memo. We met on Thursday, and I think you made a good case for why not to do that. And that being that it's just hard to sit through lots and lots of presentations and then not have any action or business items. So I think you made a good argument in favor of trying to balance those out and leaving the flexibility to do that. We also suggested moving two of the items in June and July. Their Saturday reception scheduled, and Manager McKenzie suggested moving those to Sundays just based on past experience and having time. One's a reception to honor Manager McKenzie's service and thank him for 12 years of work and service to the city, and the other would be to welcome a new city manager. I say this all I present all this with the understanding that this isn't going to be a fixed schedule. We're going to have to adapt and update it as needed throughout the year. But my intention is to have one document where counselors can view those things and see how things are moving around and notify you when things move around, but really just a plan for the year ahead. So are there any other questions or adjustments to the calendar? Councilor Lozon.
Thank you, Mayor. Would you consider moving Tuesday, July 5th to the following week? The reason being, as our case counts go down, Independence Day is a Monday. Assuming our case counts continue to go down, for me personally, Independence Weekend is going to be off the hook. And I would need more than one day to recover.
May I just state for the record, I appreciate the candor of the counselor.
I'm curious where this council is
I'm a
going to be
planner,
partying.
okay? Joe's Pond. Come on out. We've got the Joe's Pond Royal Navy.
So we did intentionally plan for a light month in July. There are 2 meetings scheduled. So as you're seeing, there's Tuesday, July 5th and Tuesday, July 19th. We could move to a third meeting on the 12th or the 26th. If there are no objections from council. And Councilor Lozon, would you suggest an alternate July date?
I'll let you do that, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm not going to be here.
He's gonna still be a Joe's Pond too. I don't.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, I suggest moving it from the 5th to the 12th. No, we still have 2 meetings that month, but
Okay.
they'd be
So
back to back.
So take the 5th off, but add back the 12th.
So we're canceling 7/5 and moving it to 7/12 here with no objections. Okay.
So sorry, we'll be on the 5th and the 12th.
No, we're canceling the 5th.
Sorry, okay.
And
On the
meeting-
12th and the 19th.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. It's not.
And other questions just about the upcoming meeting sequence. Particularly, I'd like you to think about the month of May, because as you heard tonight, the handoff is planned for April 30th. And that means we're going to have a very heavy May agenda. There will be likely interviews, the meet and greets as planned by the task force and communicating coordination with council, and potentially a special meeting for an offer and contract negotiation. So that's up to 6 meetings. Does anybody have concerns there? Councilor Chambel.
I think considering what we're facing and where we need to go, I think we have to stay with the heavy schedule. May traditionally is the worst month for scheduling for anything, whether it's a school, whether it's whatever, all the April rain makes it so every sports event has to take place in the month of May. And this is going to be our sports event, I think.
Yeah. All right, so any other adjustments?
Sorry, I'm
You're
peeking over.
peeking,
you.
yeah, so, all right.
Mr. Mayor, this is more just how far in advance would you like to know if we have pre-planned absences?
You, I think in advance.
Okay, yep, no, that's fine. I just didn't want to, I didn't want to tell you now about something that's happening in 6 months for you to be like, I don't care about that right now.
I think the only thing we would be concerned about is if we wouldn't have a quorum if multiple people were on vacation at the same time. So, and there are some meetings on this list that I'll be missing too for planned vacation. So, so if there are no other adjustments, do I hear a motion to adopt the schedule as presented?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilor Stockwell, second by Councilor Chambel to approve the schedule as presented, understanding that there will be periodic adjustments as needed and another formal review in 6 months. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, I'm an aye as well. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Oh, I didn't say discussion.
No, I have a
Yeah,
question.
yeah. Counselor
Will
Sean
you be
Bell.
releasing a clean copy of the?
Yes, and this is filed in the shared drive. So the council shared drive is where all the counselors can access this. This is a working document. All right, so that takes us to the FIO contract. Manager McKenzie?
Yep, this is, if you recall, the draft was presented to the council last week. There were two questions or suggestions in the contract terms. The first was the professional liability clause that they had. There was concern with that, and the alternative dispute resolution clause. And I submitted back to Jim Burson from FIO clauses that we have used before in our standard contracts, clauses that I'm comfortable with. And he found those acceptable. He incorporated that language into this draft. So I would recommend approval, and it's straightforward.
Are there any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of council?
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Counselor Stockwell. All those, is there any further discussion?
My statements have been known about it. That's all.
Counselor Wooten, all those any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Guys have it. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is an update on the speed enforcement initiative and speed indicator sign placement. Manager McKenzie?
Yeah, so I understood Deputy Chief Eastman was going to be here. I can only assume something unplanned came up. So Deputy Chief isn't here. He did include a brief memo in the packet. I would actually refer any questions or comments to him. So if the council is so inclined, I would just recommend deferring that to next week's agenda. And I'll do the speed sign portion of it, but I'll defer to council's pleasure.
Would you like to speak to the speed sign indicator?
Oh, yeah, that I was prepared to.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So the long-awaited speed signs have arrived, and as most of you probably know already, they have been installed. There's 4 of them. Teddy, can you share the screen? This is not a.
You have the power.
Yeah. Just a minute. Yeah, but they're not, I'm trying to, I had them organized. So much for that.
Well, Manager McKenzie pulls those up. I'll just say that I've observed, I believe they're placed on Prospect Street, Washington Street, North Main and South Main. And I've received, I live in Ward 1, in between Washington and Hill Street, and have received great feedback from the residents in the Washington Street neighborhood, 4 separate emails saying thanks for that. So I think it's a good improvement. People are noticing a difference, and you're still.
The item you have selected is unavailable. It might have been moved or.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So is there a plan to move the signs every so often? Like, I'm just thinking Berlin Street for some reason.
Oh, yeah, they're movable. They're mounted on those galvanized posts, and we can pick up the whole post and move it. And
But
that-
is there a plan to like say, okay?
No, I
Prospect
don't,
Street,
we haven't
Berlin
thought that
Street.
far ahead. And quite frankly, I think there's going to be a wear-in period here where we learn how to use the data. They're data recorders. And I think we need to have some adjustments made in the, well, I'd like to talk with Eli and Bill about adjustments that are you're able to set into the computers. For instance, right now, the display range is 3 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour. So if you're going through at 50, it's not going to show 50. And there's a rationale to that. We don't want to put in 100 miles an hour and have those guys on motorcycles or see if they can hit 100 miles an hour. So, my personal opinion is that 35 is too low. I think we ought to consider 50 because people who are traveling in that range don't, 35 to 50. If they're doing 40, they might think they're only doing 35, and I think we lose some of the educational value. Rick?
I agree with what you're saying. The only thing I wanted to mention is the system does track the speed, it just doesn't.
Yes, I mean.
So we still get the readings if somebody's doing 65, it just doesn't display. And so with what you're saying, have it adjusted up a little bit.
I think just chatting briefly with Eli this afternoon, I think there have been high-end speeds in the 41 to 57 mile an hour range. And I think those might have been on Prospect. Now, having stood there and watched, I went around, dutifully took pictures of them, which I can't show you. The mirror's right there. Upper Prospect Street at Bailey, Washington Street at, I think, Waterman, South Main, just before coming into the city, just after the Willie Street Bridge, and South Main, just this side of former Mayor Lozon's office, up on South Main Street. The idea there is to catch the traffic coming up over the crest of the hill, which generally tends to be faster traffic. So what I observed while I was standing there for 5 to 10 minutes is I didn't see any speeds pegged at 35, but the data recorder obviously shows that that's happening. But if you stand there and watch them, at least for many of the vehicles that came by, they might have started out at 30, 31 or whatever, and by the time they got to the sign, they were down to 25 or less. So I think the responsible drivers react by saying, gee, I didn't realize it was going that fast, I'm slowing down. So, but we'll see what the data shows us. And I had some preliminary conversations with Larry Eastman as well. I think we need to analyze the data week over week over week to see if there's there is a driver response and the upper end tends to drop. So we've got that analysis to do.
Counselor Deering had a question.
Oh, sorry.
So I was just curious what kind of data they keep and how we can use it for enforcement purposes.
I don't think we can use it for enforcement.
I mean, as far as like maybe to have patrol in a particular area.
I mean, there's no direct enforcement as a result of the meters. They're not radar traps or anything like that.
Right.
But we will look at the data and see what periods of the day and maybe what days there tend to be the higher speed violations.
Mm-hmm.
And then Larry would target directed patrols to correspond with those times and see if we can't, again, dampen down the speeds. The signs, they're set so that up to 24 miles an hour, they'll flash orange or steady orange or flash. Over 24 to 32 or over 25, I'm sorry, they'll turn red. And at 32 miles an hour, there'll be a white strobe that will direct the driver's attention to the fact that they're at the high end of that range. And I think we'll monitor those and we'll decide.
Deputy Chief Eastman is jumping on the call.
Yeah, okay. And the other thing, over 29 miles an hour, the digits turn from orange to red. So they're in. We're beginning to learn how to use them and how to adjust the settings. And I think we'll over the first month, I think we'll fine tune that and then use those for trying to manage and monitor speeds circulating through the city on an ongoing basis. So
Thank you for
I'm
that.
happy to answer any more questions about the speed signs, but if Larry's here,
Well, just one, before we pivot over to the speed enforcement, I just wanted to note, remind council that these were purchased with FY 21 fund surplus balance, and there are additional 4 proposed in the capital equipment plan for FY 23, beginning July 1st, 2022.
Well, the capital fund actually isn't tied to a fiscal year. I mean, we may have a plan for a fiscal year, but the funding isn't necessarily tied to a fiscal.
There's a column with FY 22, and then there's items that are funded in FY 22.
Oh, you're talking about the capital equipment plan?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I thought you meant the funds themselves. Yes. Yeah.
And the cost per unit is?
I'm going to say $2,500, but I might be wrong.
Any other questions on the speed indicator signs?
You have a hand up.
Somebody has their hand up?
I think it's the
Oh, it's the
mouse.
cursor. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that's just the,
All right.
yeah, no.
I would like the data.
So, and Deputy Chief Eastman, we're getting an update at item 9E on the speed enforcement initiative over the past year.
Yes, so I put together some numbers, some patrols that we've done since January 1st. It looks like the guy's been pretty active. When it comes to the directed patrols, during this 11-week period that I looked at from starting January 1st, I put these stats together on the 18th. We've obviously done another week worth of patrol since then, but I put these statistics together on the 18th. And at that point, we were averaging about 12 hours and 44 minutes per week of dedicated to specific streets that we saw as troubled streets for our directed patrols. During that time also, we had 103 hours worth of governor's highway safety details, which were also focusing on those streets for another added 9 hours and 21 minutes per week. The total patrol hours that we had combined between directed patrols where our officers could do patrols on shift and the governor's highway safety details combined, we were averaging over 22 hours per week. During that period of time, the officers conducted 518 traffic stops, wrote 107 traffic tickets. I wasn't able to pull out specifically how many arrests occurred from those stops as well, but there was numerous arrests as well that were done from those different stops. We continue to work on the streets. We continue to get complaints on certain areas. We've had these focus streets that we identified as the problem streets, but we also get calls from citizens and try to do some directed patrols on some of those streets as well. For some of the locations we had problems with were on Circle Street. We did some pretty good directed patrols there. Trying to do some patrols during the let out hours of the high school so we could follow some of the speeding concerns around those streets in those areas. We continue to follow up with concerns by citizens while also still focusing on the streets that are known issues. One of the things I will add in as well, I've kind of been paying attention and observing some of the speed signs that we've had, and I'm very pleased on what I see in traffic. Myself personally, I see them working. I can see those speed signs, indicator signs slowing people down. So as soon as the warmer weathers come out, we can get our new speed card out. We'll probably throw that out there as well, and certainly open for recommendations on where we might want to put those as well, and to really focus our efforts on the areas that really need some good active enforcement and deterring patrols.
Thank you for that update, Deputy Chief Eastman. Are there any questions from council or members of the public? This Councilor Stockwell.
How do you determine what a problem street is? What's the data source?
So when we first started the speed initiative, we all kind of agreed that there were some issues of streets that were well-known streets, that we had areas that were lots of complaints. We really kind of focused. There are main streets that were identified when we put together our governor's highway safety detail. And when I put those together, it was by looking at generated stops and complaints on those streets. And you really kind of focus on the areas that, you have lots of accidents and lots of high speed, but also you really kind of factor in, like I said, when we move away from the specific streets that we named as the first streets to look into, we also factor in what streets are we getting significant complaints for? What streets pose a danger threat for speeders or a nuisance for the neighborhoods? So we really kind of really gauge that by where we're getting those complaints and where we feel that we can put some good efforts in. And so it really isn't anything, like I said, those first few streets were named, but we certainly can change that on the fly and focus efforts on streets. I don't think any street should ever be taken off the list as a street to focus on if it becomes a problem.
Can I request that Berlin Street become a monitored street for directed patrol?
You certainly can. And if there's any specific location and specific types of events that are happening in certain times of day, I certainly would be interested in getting that information, because that's just the information I'm looking for to help us on where we want to deploy our speed carts and deploy enforcement actions.
Thank you.
Councilor Wolzak.
Thank you. Not new information for you, Larry, but I'd love, now that we have the tables and the carts, I'd love to put one over by Hope Cemetery, specifically Thursday through Sunday nights, specifically during the warmer weather for obvious reasons. And I know you know all that, but I'm officially stating that when we get that data, I absolutely want to look at it, because I'm very curious as to what the high score would be.
I will say that was actually, when I was a patrolman, that was one of my favorite spots to sit. If I couldn't find speeders during the day, it was a pretty easy spot to find people. So I'm sure probably, I could get the 2 for 1 stone. I'd sit by Hope Cemetery and clock them going through the speed, through the stop sign there. So I know there has been an issue with some traffic there, and certainly in the summertime, I'm sure we'll definitely pick up some patrol there, and it certainly is a good spot to put our new speed sign to get some really good relevant data from there.
Yes, thank you. And I will just, I do see your folks there sitting at the Fisher Auto Parts store and sitting up at Hope Cemetery all the time. So I know it's on your radar, and thank you for that.
Yeah, just when I was talking about the speed signs, we actually got the speed sign on Air Street active again. We had battery issues, and I know they experimented with different types of batteries, but that sign now is also active.
Are there any final questions? I just want to thank Manager McKenzie and Deputy Chief Eastman for this update, and Public Works, Bill Ahern, for the installation of these signs. In the past 2 years, I've issued a town meeting day survey. The number one issue people have said in both surveys is that would improve their neighborhood is speed, trucking, traffic, and noise amplification enforcement. And I heard that a lot when I was out knocking on doors during the campaign. And I think this shows, at least initial results show, that small design features, even like a speed indicator sign, can just give people that cue that they need to slow down, and design elements like that in the right of way can make a big impact without diverting really precious policing resources, although sometimes that's what it takes. So
Yeah, that's the reinforcement. That's,
well, thank you. And so I think that takes us
Thanks, Larry.
to our next item, which is the item 9G, the City Manager Task Force Council Liaison position. This is my item, right? Yes. Okay. So I wrote a memo just talking about summarizing a lot of the same information that Chair Guston, Vice Chair Sidden, and Rick Taft talked about this. I've resigned as the council liaison, which is something both Rich and I said we would do if elected mayor. And just so that there's no undue influence from the center seat. And my recommendation is similar to what Councilor Lozon mentioned earlier in the meeting, and that's to allow this task force, which is on track and working hard, to continue without a liaison position, for the same reason Councilor Lozon mentioned, in that it could be a disruption at this stage in the process with just a month of work left to do the handoff, and their generous offer to come to council. So any member of council can ask a question over the next few meetings before the handoff and have equal access and opportunity to ask questions and to get answers from the manager's task force. So that was my recommendation on the committee composition, was to reduce the committee composition down. One thing that was not in the memo is that there is currently, as the task force is established, it's a 7-member body. And so to avoid any concerns about quorum, the council could, if it so chooses, reduce that committee composition down to 5. That way there's no concerns of quorum, given the vacancy of Mr. Maury, whose resignation we'll accept at next week's council meeting. It was received after the agenda deadline this week.
So moved. We can ratify next. I mean, it's not on the agenda, but we can ratify it next week.
So there's a motion to leave to adjust the committee composition down to 5 members, eliminating the liaison position. There's a second by Councilor Sean Bell. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes
Just
have
an
it.
item of note, I'm embarrassed, Rick. I thought you were a member of the committee. So. You're always there.
Hey, you want to be?
So. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so the ayes have it. Motion carries, and that takes us to item 9H, the Animal Control Committee, which is another item of mine. Council has accepted on the consent agenda my resignation from the Animal Control Committee, and Erica Rail, former Councilor Rail, served as the Animal Control Committee, leaving it a committee of 1 with Councilor Booton, who has served as chair for the Animal Control Committee. And so we're looking for potential nominations and appointments to 2 vacant seats.
What day does that meet?
It doesn't meet unless needed.
That's a great
It's
question.
an as needed thing. When there's a issue with like a dog bite or something, we just meet and
I will nominate myself for that.
We have 1 nomination. Is there a second nomination?
I'll nominate myself too.
So we have 2 nominations. Are there any further nominations?
I'll second them both.
All right. 2 nominations. We'll close the nominations.
Second the motion.
And we have 2 nominations to appoint, a motion by Lozon, a second by Councilor Wazazak. All those in, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Guys have it. The motion carries.
want to let you guys know it can be a rough time.
It can be.
It's not a fun committee.
The trust committee.
Come on.
And
I
if you
gotta
look
mark
in the
the
packet,
time.
there is a link to the big book of Wolf. In
Yeah.
case you want to bone up on any.
All right.
Okay. enough of
Articles
that.
of
Motion to adjourn.
Out of order. So that takes us to item 9I, which is the established appointments of city councilors to the Council Housing Working Group. It was pointed out that there was no prior motion to approve this body on November 9th. Although I reviewed the meeting video, and it did appear that council didn't, in my view, approved by general consent with no objection, the establishment of a housing working group with me, Councilor Stockwell, and Mayor Herring. Mayor Herring his position is now open, but this item presents two questions to the council. One is to formalize the establishment of the prior three-member working group, and then to appoint or reappoint Counselor Stockwell and me. And I guess there's a third question, and then fill the vacant seat. My recommendation for the vacant seat is that Counselor Lozon be appointed to the Housing Task Force, given his deep experience in real estate development and accounting. And so any questions or discussion?
Will there be agendas and minutes?
Under the council's rules of procedures, it defines a public body as meaning any current or future advisory group, board, council, commission, or committee of the city of Barry. Teams and work groups are not considered public bodies, and the work group is defined as meaning a group of 2 or 3 city councilors that work collaboratively to provide a service or function to the city of Barry. Solicitation and assignment are made by the council.
So, I mean, one of the issues that I have with doing this, we already have all in. How is that going to affect? Because I believe both of you are on that committee. And, you know, on that all in committee, we have people from ACCD, Capstone Property Management companies, you know, the Planning Commission, the Justice Center, state reps, Central Vermont Chamber of Commerce is on there, Pathways of Vermont, and there's private developers on there. So I'm just trying to understand. I mean, it's one thing for, you know, counselors to, you know, get together and just have conversations about things, but we're a task force, because the task force, to my understanding, is that you guys are talking about $1 million in ARPA funds, which we haven't allocated yet. And I wouldn't vote to allocate them anyway, without seeing what we need for infrastructure needs. But how is that going to affect this all in for Barry Group?
It's a good question, Councilor Budin. I would say it's not going to affect the All In for Barry Group, and there's no quorum of council on the All In for Barry Housing Task Force. There are 3 subcommittees. There are one working on resources, one working on innovative housing solutions, and a third. These are subcommittees of the Housing Task Force, and a third. Councilor Stockwell, I'm blanking.
There's the
Oh, and the
creative
housing needs
solutions.
assessment is the third. And so there's no quorum of council on these committees. These are outside. They're not created by the city. This would be a city creation to propose and make recommendations for city council's consideration. There can be no action by the working group as proposed.
Right, I understand that. The issue that I'm having is because the All In for Barry was a community. Oh, go for it.
Councilor Stockwell.
I just wanted to say, there's a million things to do about housing. And so there's some overlap between all the groups. So there's the All In and there's the groups under All In, and there's potentially this working council group. And potentially there's going to be a revolving loan fund within the city. So there's plenty of things that are happening, but there's also a ton of work and there's overlap. There's clearly going to be overlap, but these are separate functions. So we're working with all the groups that exist, but we're also working to develop what the city can do to further affordable and, other housing, not just affordable housing. As is Brattleboro, as is White River, as is many towns who looked and said, oh, housing is really an issue. So there's many municipalities who are looking at this as something to take on, as how can the city spur some more development? Does that
To
help?
answer your question, Councilor Budin.
I could also do a Venn diagram, but it is complicated.
Councilor Lozon.
No, I don't think he needs a diagram. My vision, Counselor, is that this group will expand, that it would not remain 3. Right now, it's still a little dizzying. Things are starting to firm up down in Montpelier, but they're still very much in play. And all of the communities that the council just mentioned are going to be competing for those funds. So we're going to need more than a mayor and 2 councilors, to push this thing forward. but it's got to start somewhere. And so what I would hope to see, if the council would want me to be a part of this group, is what I'd really like to think about is how we expand the group so that it is most effective. We've got a lot of people to talk to.
Counselor Wazazak.
Make the motion to appoint a 3-member working group from council, reappointing Counselor Stockwell and Hemrick and appointing Counselor Lauzon.
I second it.
There's a motion from Counselor Wazazak, second from Counselor Stockwell to reestablish the working group, appointing Counselor Stockwell, me and Counselor Lozon. Is there any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, the motion carries. The housing work group is reestablished. That takes us to upcoming business, item 10 on the agenda. Manager McKenzie's report I'll mention, or I'll highlight, mention the reception for Chief Brad Vale, March 27th from 2 to 4 p.m. So that's an upcoming event that I hope everybody keeps on their agenda and stops by.
And I sent out that invitation. It's actually been in the Times Argus, or will be by Saturday 3 times. Jody has posted on the website, on the Facebook front page forum. And I sent email invitations to all of our committees, our partner groups, in whatever is today. So hopefully we'll have a
refreshments.
no moves.
Now I really can't go.
That's only at Joe's Pond. Counselor Wazazak.
I just wanted to send thanks. This was an idea that John LePage, who served, a former counselor who served on the police chief search task force, whatever we want to call it, myself came up with this idea for the welcoming event. And I just want to publicly say I'm unable to go because of a prior commitment, but I am hardly the person that the chief needs to meet and greet with more. So I just wanted to say thank you to John for helping me come up with the idea, and then Steve and Jody for running with it and getting it all planned. Much appreciated.
That's a fantastic idea. So the other items that you know you may have seen in Manager McKenzie's report, but upcoming agenda items. So we have the bond update that was postponed tonight. You can find in the councilor SharePoint under the finance folder a summary of the last spreadsheet I have of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 active bonds right now. If you want to get some background information on that, there's the Cal Pasture Grant, which is the grant to help create a parking lot and
So that won't be, that's not on next week.
Oh, that's
We
not
don't know
next
when
week.
that's going to be,
Okay,
because we're waiting for the agreement,
okay,
grant agreement to be forwarded. I mean, it'll go on as soon as we get it.
okay. But an exciting notice to get nonetheless, that they've received this funding to do more trail improvements. There's the discussion of the American Rescue Plan Act outreach. There's going to be an acceptance of Rich Morey's resignation to the manager's task force. We're going to have an update potentially on the city town cost share for the water sewer ARPA funded dispatch equipment, which was a prior discussion of council before town meeting about seeing if we can share that expense.
And that one, if I can, we're going to try to have it on, but as I think most everybody knows, Bill has been on medical leave for a week. He's going to come back tomorrow. Frankly, I'm going to need to spend a fair amount of time with him on the bonds updating, whatever. So
it might be a
it
postpone.
might slide,
Yeah.
that might slide one more week.
There's going to be consideration of the Barry Area Development Corporation Council Liaison amendments to the appointment policy. And that's to shorten the notice timeline, allow for rolling appointments after they've been gone through one cycle of notice and youth appointments. And that's also designed to help fill vacancies for the Police Advisory Committee. There's a resignation and 2 potential appointments. We're waiting on the applications, as I understand it, one from Abby Blum, one from Sandy Rose. There's a Downstreet Housing Vermont Community Development Program application for Granite City Apartments coming from Downstreet, and potentially some additional coordination on the manager search committee. But as I noted earlier in the meeting, We're gonna have this calendar on the council SharePoint. You're gonna see, you can pull that up anytime. You can see what's coming up in the next few meetings or the even 3 months from now if it's on the schedule. And so just so nobody's surprised. And are there any items that counselors are working on or intend to bring to an agenda? Counselor Stockwell.
I'm eventually going to bring the conclusion of the trash committee to the
Okay.
council and the recommendations of the trash committee. And is there still a community gardens
Yes.
task force?
Yeah.
So some of the focus of the committee has been on compost, and I think maybe that some of that could be absorbed by, so to speak. the community. Sorry.
Oh, it's a punny evening tonight.
So that will be at some point.
Okay. Are there any other items that people are working on? Okay.
Just one comment. So I'd like to just sort of qualify that agenda development is as much an art as it is a science. And if you go on the SharePoint site, we've got templates out there for at least 3 months, if not 6 months in advance. Obviously, the further out you get, the more flux they are and they get rather skimpy. But agendas don't get finalized until Thursday. So if you went in on a Wednesday and you saw stuff up there, the agendas are fluid and they're a function of how much time it takes to get ready. Can everybody be ready? The mayor and I are actually now going to meet weekly, and we're going to meet weekly, Wednesday nights instead of Thursdays, because that way we can go try to get the agenda finalized, and it'll be finalized early Thursday morning instead of late Thursday morning at noontime. So just understand that the items that are listed aren't cast in concrete until, let's say, Thursday morning.
Well met.
Yeah.
So hearing and seeing no other items for upcoming business, that brings us to roundtable. For the good of the order, Councilor Boots. Councilor Shambell.
I'm again repeating how grateful and impressed I am by the work that the city manager task group has done, and Rick, and thank you to all of you.
Councilor Deering.
Just excited for the beautiful weather.
Yeah.
That's all I've got to say. Smiles on my face, just just trying to be friendly and comfortable with people, saying hi to people and people you don't know. Just wave, say hi, be friendly.
This is, and Councilor Wazazak.
Yes.
Councilor Stockwell.
I just wanted to note the passing of Deborah Lisi Baker, who was one of the first people in this area. Well, she was the first person to run the Vermont Center for Independent Living, and she was really important in bringing disability rights to Central Vermont. And her death is very sad, a little premature by my lights. And, I want to recognize the great work she did for the community of Central Vermont.
Councilor Lozon.
Thank you. Well, I want to first apologize for jinxing UVM. I mean, it was a great game and a great season. They've got a lot to be proud of. Pretty much through my onboarding, finally, gotten through all of your audits, Carol. Have gotten through 6 months of council minutes. That was a tough one. Had a great conversation this week with Secretary Curley about housing opportunities and opportunities here in Barrie in general. Do want to give a shout out to Senator Polina. I don't know if any of you, Senator Polina, I don't know if any of you saw, there is a charter change from the city that is going before the Senate. And I thought he put it perfectly. And while the senator did not necessarily agree with what was passed, he understood how important it is to respect the vote. And I couldn't have said it better myself. So big shout out to Senator Polina for doing that. And then lastly, Mayor, I am working on with Cody Morrison, working on a summer job fair for high school students. Our employers are struggling, let's face it. I mean, everyone is looking for help maybe we'll find a planner in the high school.
And some
I just
people
started
at the-
talking with Cody about a more aggressive, a more aggressive job fair for high school students because, you know, having raised a couple of fine high school students a few years ago, sometimes they need a little push. Sometimes they need to be held by the hand a little bit as they get their first job. So I was just asking Cody, is there some way that we can maybe do a little better, or employers could do better with reach out? So he's going to be contacting the high school to see whether that can go somewhere. And we need lifeguards too. And with that, I'll yield.
Thank you, Councilor Lozon. And it sounds like the summer job fair is an excellent idea, and we'll have some swimming pool workers
Seasonal cemetery workers too.
and seasonal cemetery workers.
There you go. We'll do our best.
Those sound significantly more fun than.
I don't know what weed whipping is.
Now, my sister worked once as a cemetery worker for the township, and she said it was one of her most fun summer jobs growing up.
I never saw her again.
But I'd echo Councilor Lozon your thanks for Senator Polina. You know, it saddens me a little bit to see that we're gonna have to take down all the foreign flags in the cemetery recognizing veterans, but the will of the voters, the will of the voters, and we'll follow the law, even the ones we don't like. And I want to thank Councilor Peter, or not Councilor, but State Representative Peter Anthony for making sure that the latest charter amendments are going to be incorporated, it sounds like, into that bill and get the charter amendments across the finish line. I'll share that I had a great meeting with Councilor Deering, and I can vouch that he will say hi to people. I saw him say hi to strangers in the line at Maria's bakery, I think we had a great meeting. Then we went down to visit with Kitty Toll, Lieutenant Governor candidate. And I hope the other Lieutenant Governor candidates that emerge will also stop in Barry and spend time here in the city. Friday night, there was a recognition of Jim and Larissa Hawes and Rise Up Bakery, the proclamation that I read last week. It was well attended, and I hear they collected another $500 for their fundraiser when they passed the hat Saturday night at the weekend's bread and puppet performance at the Socialist Labor Hall. So another $500 for the Ukraine efforts. Last, stopped by 802 Cornhole, which had just this really neat tournament. It's organized by TJ Kinnison, who's a resident here in Berry City. They were up at the auditorium, and there were carpets all down in the auditorium, and they had rows and rows of cornhole lanes, and had a great attendance, good energy, and it was neat to see the odd being used like that on an off day. So with that,
the flags on the cemetery will not be removed. That's not, I don't think that the charter change refers to that.
My understanding is that the committee did discuss some of that, and they will, but we'll find out. So our Counselor, or Clerk Dawes.
I was in the committee when Senate Gov Ops, when they were discussing the bill. And there are questions about the interpretation. In all likelihood, we are going to need to have some kind of a legal review. The question has to do with the way the wording is. It says that the city shall not fly anything other than X flags. And where the question comes is, if it's city-owned property, but the city is not the one flying the flags, where does that fall? Where's the line? So that's where, so things like the Berry Partnership banners on the light poles, the flags in the cemeteries, there will be some parsing of things that we'll need to deal with, that we'll need to look into from a legal standpoint.
Councilor Stockwell.
So potentially, if it's okay for someone who's not officially of the city, but on city property to fly a different flag, does that mean like someone could go to the gazebo with a Black Lives Matter flag?
This These are the legal questions.
The city can't do it, not individuals.
And then the city does have a policy on flag on displays on grave sites.
Motion to adjourn.
You started it, Carol.
Yeah, hey.
Now, wait a minute. When I bought my plot at Hope Cemetery, I got an actual deed. I paid you for it. That's not your property.
No, it's.
My
that's
property.
Cemetery deeds are actually not deed to property. And I'll get to the statute to that.
This is going to be a
So
fascinating.
there's a
It is.
I'm looking
motion to
forward
adjourn.
to
Is there
it.
a second? Second by Counselor Deering. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, we are adjourned.